Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Void Storm. What is that one?
You dare? Then die! Shadow Surge! Darkness sealed in darkness. Shattering shadows. Shadow Surge! Darkness devours. Shadow Surge! Shattering shadows. Shadow Surge! Darkness devours. Umbral Cascade! The void shattering shadows. Shadow Surge! The void hunger. Shadow Surge! Shattering shadows. Umbral, you!
Ooh, I got
It is
boost.
done. We have our
Oh,
way into
look,
the Void
214.
Storm.
That's very good.
Let us inform Lorthamar. And perhaps offer an apology for the near catastrophe.
Looks awesome. Yeah. Yeah. 100 mil. Not bad. It looks so good on my TV. Looks so fucking cool. I gotta say, they are a good company. They know what to do.
Come with an open mind. Maintain focus and...
What the fuck was that? I hate gamers.
You did what you had to, Umbric. We must enter the Void Storm if we are to stop it.
Baladash, Malinore.
207, 183. Oh, I don't need those anymore, so we'll take this nice cloak, I guess.
The light is not the only path.
Nice cloak. Now I'm at 206, which isn't bad.
Here, champion. Help me align the spell. It will anchor us back to Magister's Terrace in case of disaster.
High Commander Lothraxion has warred on countless far realms, so I have asked him to lead this mission.
Looks so cool.
And young Erator has more than proven his worth. Together, I hope their light will balance you within the shadow.
Irendori may be our greatest weapon against the Void. I swear to protect you all.
The light is our greatest weapon against the Void. Remember
The
that.
light is the greatest weapon against the darkness. Love is the greatest weapon against hate.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord. What I do for Quel'Thas.
The portal is open. Gather your courage. Only darkness awaits us on the other side.
The fate of Silvermoon, of all of Azeroth, may rest on the outcome of this mission. Anu Belore Delana.
Lubelarne Delana.
So much void!
Eyes forward.
Eyes up here.
This power, it's like nothing I've ever...
Control yourselves.
We must scout. Yes, scout ahead. Everdon, no! Oh, curses!
We must get a lay of the land. Come.
Cool, I have followers. I can sleep.
It is like drowning, flailing your arms out, but we will learn to swim.
I love how far that is. Fuck those assholes. There is a Machina. Well, it has bad standing.
It's worse. Worse even than when we were first transformed by the Void into Locris. But I'll get through it, Hiron.
The combat's good. Way better than it used to be.
Fear not for my sanity, champion. My minion and I are well used to such madness.
This is what Alleria wanted to protect you from, Arator. The darkness beyond. Careful of the Void's tricks. Farewell.
Look out!
Arator! Lithraxian? What the hell are you doing here?
Mother, thank the light. I knew you were alive.
It's too dangerous for you here, Arator. The Void devours everything it touches.
We have a mission here, Mother. And I'll stop at nothing to see it through.
I know. That's what terrifies me.
Mother!
This is no place for pleasantries. We must move, quickly. There is much left to do.
Understand, Alleria, that I lead this mission, but your aid is welcome.
Good, since you will likely die without it. Now listen. Powerful entities called Dominar command the host in Xalatath's name. One monitors the nexus point nearby, but I haven't gotten close.
Then that is our first target. We must weaken the storm and our foes. Move out!
You shouldn't be here, Arator. The Void is too powerful.
Then we'll fight it together. I'm not leaving you.
tonight. And Sheikh Shamar.
We must be cautious. My attempts to infiltrate this place alone have been thwarted.
The time for caution has passed. We will reach their leader and rip the information we need from it.
It looks so fucking cool. I'm gonna miss this trinket. I like this gold light trinket a lot.
Looks like a treasure out in the distance. Don't miss this opportunity.
These fire monsters are no match for us, champion.
I agree. Look how cool he looks. Fucking sweet.
Kill and kill, yet no alarm is raised. They seem used to this chaos.
They will even shackle their own kind? Interesting. Some even seem willing. They will even shackle their own kind? Interesting. Some even seem willing. They will even shackle their own. They will even shackle their own kind. They will even shackle their own kind? Interesting. Some even seem willing. There, base of the tower. That's the one in charge.
Demon hunting.
Right ahead, champion. Let's take it down together. All the creatures here seem to be immersed in void.
Information,
Down to the smallest
which if you
mite.
follow through, I
Hit my video mistake.
You intend to take it prisoner? I would rather incinerate it.
11.
You intend to take it prisoner? I would rather incinerate it. Glory. Right. The army will come. Remember the mission. The light protects you. Careful of the void's tricks. The light will always prevail.
Light and shadow. Two sides of the same coin. With enough of a push, light can become shadow.
And shadow can become light. I see, Mother. We can use their own materials to
Honestly,
bind
I have
and
it.
capture that Dominar.
Azerothians. Oh, you'll make exquisite trophies. Take down its pet champion! My, what delicious bloodbath. But I'm afraid I must take my leave. Nowhere left to run, Void Spawn. Indeed. I can see the position I'm in, and I can see yours. Your elite little cadre needs something I have. Information on Zalatath's machinations. We need nothing from the likes of you.
Stay your hand, Lothraxian. That thing is right.
You would trust such a creature?
Not at all. But I trust that it wants to survive. You
Let me get
will
some
tell us
frozen fruit.
all you know. And I will know if you lie.
Please, fair lady, you may call me Decimus. I am at your service. One wrong move, and I will sear you with the light fiend. Such strength and wisdom. Clearly, it would be foolish to defy you.
Our scouts discovered an ethereal maniforge due south. Not sure what they're up to, though.
Ansek Shamar. So then you will tell us how to break the storm, Void Spawn. Oh, and it's you again. My, Let's have it then. No more. No more. How can I deny you under a display like that? On the fringes of this world, you will find nexus points. They keep the storm churning. Then we will destroy them, and the Ethereals will provide our ordnance.
The universe is full of mystery. Shorel Aran. Do not fear the shadows.
Music's so good. Oh, so this is Void Storm. Okay. Cool. I think I'm going to take a break in pace here. I'm going to go back to hardcore and grind some bears. And listen to a video. It's downtime.
Yet this is the first time I've heard about this channel, but I'm sure if you go through all of this information, it should be able to pretty easily direct you to find groups. Hello and welcome to another exciting episode where today we're gonna be thieves. We're gonna go out into Nullsec, steal a bunch of the Ratter's money, and get away, hopefully safely, but realistically, we'll probably explode at some point. What am I talking about? Of course, it's ESS robbing. So let's go ahead and hop into the game and talk a little bit about what
He's such a little rat guy.
ESSs.
He reminds me of the rat character in Harry Potter. He even looks like him. Do you remember the rat character? What was his name? I can't think of his name. I should, but I've got brain damage.
And how do you rob them? And how can you make tons of money as an alpha player? So, ESS. What does it stand for? I don't actually know at this point anymore. I've completely forgotten. But what are they? They are a system in Nullsec where whenever a player rats in Nullsec, a portion of those bounties go into this bank system. And this bank system accrues a little bit of interest, makes a little bit of its own money, but the problem with it is that it can be stolen from. And so that's where we come into play. We're going to teleport Oliver into Nullsec using filaments, and we're going to look for valuable targets. We're going to go there, try and steal the money, and hopefully no one cares about it and no one comes to try and kill us. The thing that we are doing is kind of like ninja stealing, because the ship we're going to be flying, which we'll talk about here in a second,
This word, which was sail, has been spoken by Pocket changed.
Nice. The ship we're going to be sailing is not at all designed for combat. Any combat, we're gonna run away, or hopefully run away. But there's a certain like area where the bank amount is too low for other people to care about, but high enough for us to care about. And as you guys know, hopefully, if you've been watching some other videos in this series, our kind of like baseline goal for what is a good alpha activity should be getting us about 50 million ISK an hour. Will we get 50 million ISK an hour today? It's kind of hard to say. This is definitely one of those activities that is very fluctuating. every time we go out to play, I can go also, we don't need to go into Eve quite yet. Every time we go out into play, we purchase a ticket. That ticket's price is the price of our ship. We do not ever expect to get our ship back unless we get a lot of loot and want to secure it safely, even though there are also other ways to safely secure your loot, even out in nullsec, which we'll talk about there. But the price of admission is a 35 million ISK ship. You pay the price, you go out, and you are hoping to get more than that amount. And sometimes you'll go to your first bank, bad things will happen, you'll die, you'll get nothing, you'll be negative 30 in the hole. Sometimes you'll go out, you'll find a bank worth 300 million. You'll steal it, no one will bat an eye at it, and you'll be very rich for that hour, right? So this is kind of it's a fun activity. It's PvP-esque. It definitely helps hone your like kind of scouting abilities, understanding like what ships are what's scary, and it's a good learning thing, and can get you a decent penny as well. And also, most importantly, probably, is that it'll piss off the nullsecers. And that's a very important thing, in my opinion, to be doing. All right, now
I don't think that's a good
let's
idea.
go into the video game. But also Twitch chat. Let's catch up on Twitch chat. Pocket Change said Elephant Sanctuary sales. That's what ESS stands for? Not quite, but it was one of our secret words. If you guys, for the YouTube,
Hi, Kitty, you're
if
on
you
my
guys come
chest.
watch us on Twitch, we have a
I
secret
don't
word
really
giveaway.
want you on my chest.
And whenever someone says one of the secret words in the chat
Hi.
message, they win a partner skin of their choice from what I have available, as
Don't
Pocket
scratch
Change
me.
just did. Go ahead and type !claim space whatever skin you want, Pocket Change, and I will get that to you in a timely fashion.
Pocket
Even though
Changed has claimed the Nightmare skin.
perfect, I am now remembering that timely fashion is very slow for me because I'm pretty fucking backlogged on giving those out. I'm sorry, everybody. Oh, ESS stands for Encounter Surveillance System. That's right, because that's a word that definitely means things. You say faction warfare is honestly a good way for people to start if they want to get involved. Many new people there and many mid-sized corps there. Yes, faction warfare is definitely like an S tier activity for new players. If you're interested in PvP, so like right now, my list is if you're interested in PvP, go do faction warfare. If you're interested in PvE, go do incursions, or group PvE, go do incursions. If you're interested in solo PvE, do DED escalation hunting. And then, you know, other things are, you know, other things. If you're interested in PvE, go do incursions, or group PvE, go do incursions. If you're interested in solo PvE, do DED escalation hunting. And then, you know, other things are, you know, other things. All right, you say the Thorax is a lovely ship to rob banks in. Well, that's why we're using it. We'll talk about that in just a second. Do I have a public in-game chat channel? So it's going to be int +1. That's NTH +1. That said, this character isn't actually on that because this character, my alpha character, is completely separated away from any of my other things. You could also join the Discord, !Discord, to get that link if you want to post something like a fit or something in Discord. I can
Your
get to that.
inventory is full.
Say ESS robbing is a wonderful way to see marauders in action. Yeah, we might get Varger. You were trolling and it went off mid-speech? That's right, Pocket Change. How dare you? Okay, so ship choice. For the most standard ship, okay, the ESS, there's some caveats. The ESS will only accept cruisers, battle cruisers, and battles. Those are the only size ships that you can put in the ESS. So we have to have at least a cruiser. From there, a lot of people doing this kind of like ninja stealing technique really like the Stabber, which is a T1
Love the Stabber.
Mimitar ship, and they really like it because it's really fast. And we'll talk about the ESS bubble mechanics and why a fast ship is really helpful a little bit later when we're actually in there. But it's a really good ship. It's very cheap and it's very fast and it's good for ninjaing. You don't care about the ship. You're just trying to get the goodies and get out of there. The problem that we have is that I don't think you, the new player, should be training any Mimitar ships. If you watched a lot of these videos, I really think, and also we're going to be having it depends on how probably after this video, But very soon we're going to be having another video which tells you about the correct skill plan to do as a new player. And there's going to be a PvE version and a PvP version. But what it boils down to is that Caldari and Galente, primarily Galente, are the best options for you. Drones, blasters, missiles, these are all really super solid choices for a large breadth of things that you can do in the game. And so I highly recommend that. So kind of if you're following along with us, you probably have a lot of Galente skills and or some Caldari skills. So Amar is not going to be good for this because their ships are generally bulkier and heavier and slower, more brawly. Mimitar is great. Their ships are made out of duct tape. They're very fast. They're very agile. But because we don't want any of the other Mimitar things, it's not really going to be worth us training up into get that Mimitar cruiser. So we have decided to go for a nice little standard T1 Galente cruiser called the Thorax. It's pretty fast. It's got some good slot layouts. It's decently armored. It gets the job done. It's like 80-90% of the way to a stabber, and no real complaints there. Also, never say, I feel pretty safe right now. I'll keep the loot in my ship. Yeah, we learned a hard way. We were testing this a little bit earlier, and we learned the hard way that you should never feel safe and secure because some wild thing might happen. There was a very fast ship that we did not expect to be very fast. Pocket says, we tried some ESSs in a group earlier and we got dropped by 6 Marauders. Let's just say that yeet went quick. Yeah, sometimes you purchase your ticket, you go out in a nullsec, and you just get turbo dunked. That's going to be a reality of the situation. It's going to happen sometimes. It's fine. Ships are ammo. These are not assets. These are tickets, right? Think of it like that. Once you've purchased the ship, you purchase your ticket, it's gone. And then you go have fun with your ticket. Same concept applies to like faction warfare or like any PvP activity. Until you get like really good, then you can like start maybe thinking of some of your ships as assets, but like don't.
Oh, I made some sales.
Right.
That's good.
This fit. Let's talk about this fit. The primary thing that we need to do is go fast. How do we go fast? Well, we do a thing called overpropping. The main module here is this 100 MN afterburner. It eats a lot of our power grid, basically like 60% of our power grid.
Hey, you there.
But what it does is allows us to go in one direction very fast. So it is a power grid, basically like 60% of our power grid.
Hey, you there.
But what it does is allows us to go in one direction very fast. So it is a afterburner designed to go on battleships, which have a lot more massive, but we're putting it on a smaller ship. The trade-off here is that while we can go very fast, it takes a long time to kind of spool up to that speed, and it is very bad at turning. So once you're going straight, don't expect to turn. You'll turn like a very large boat. But for us, because we would just want to go in a direction very quickly and for a good distance, we're going to be using this. Also, why don't we use a micro warp drive, you ask? I'm so glad you asked. I'm so glad I remembered. The ESS have specific mechanics where there's a big old bubble, which doesn't allow you to use a micro warp drive. And it doesn't allow you to warp until you get outside of it. So that's why we need to have this afterburner to be able to, after we rob the place, get out quick. Say we tried, thank you for the follow, Princess Vamps. Turns like you're in a treacle? What is it? Treacle. You can warp in, but not out. Good. Yeah, you can warp into the bubble. After that, we're going to be focusing on speed. So these little overdrive injectors just focus on our speed. These nano focus on speed and agility, which helps us get off grid a little bit quicker. And then the warp core stab is that in any unforeseen circumstances where we might get an interceptor or something scramming us, just trying to get to the location, it's good to have a little warp core stab so we can hopefully get rid of those situations. We have a little bit of tank. We have a shield hardener. We have a shield extender and a little cap battery, because our afterburner takes a lot of cap, again, because it is oversized. And then lastly, but not leastly, we have a nice little probe launcher here. This is going to be, and very specifically, it's an expanded probe launcher. This is good for two things. The first is that there is a class of ship called recon ships, which don't show up on your D-scan. We are going to be heavily utilizing our D-scan in this activity, but we are also going to be utilizing combat probes, because recon ships are seen through combat probes, just not D-scan. So it's a way to make sure that there are actually no enemy ships pretty much right next to you. The other thing that the probe launcher does is that when we are finished with an activity, or we got a really big score and we want to keep 100% of it, we can go to Pockfin using the Pockfin Highway. If you don't know what the Pockfin Highway is, I have a handy dandy video for you, linked in the description down below. So go check that out. It's really super handy. It gets you back to Jita very safely, very securely, safe and securely. Some caveats may apply. But it's a really good thing to do. And while you don't need a probe launcher to get out of Pockfin, you can just use another filament. I find that it will most of the time save time and money, because the filament to get out is slightly expensive, to sometimes just find a wormhole way out, which is generally always there. Moving on to our chargers, we have some nanite repair paste. We're definitely going to be overheating some of our modules, specifically our afterburner, and so having nanite repair paste will help us repair on the field. Combat probes, regular probes, and then filaments. We have needlejack filaments, which are the filaments that allows us to teleport from Jita to a random nullsec area. There is noise filaments, there are signal filaments. The common wisdom is that noise filaments bring you to a less inhabited area of space, and signal is a more inhabited. I don't necessarily believe this.
I don't either.
I believe we don't actually understand how they work. But, you know, either believe me, who says I believe nothing, or believe common wisdom, which, whatever you want to believe.
I believe him.
And then we have our Pockfin filaments,
I know he's
which
right.
we already talked about. That is pretty much the ship. So, kind of without further ado, I think we're ready to just get out there.
I don't like this guy at all, but I like his information.
Oh, actually, I did forget one thing.
That happens to me a lot.
We were going to put warriors in here.
I was like, boy, I don't like the guy
we do have drones.
talking to me. But
we are going to have just 10 warrior 2s, and this is primarily going to be used to
if there was like a Despicable Me child molester type, he fits the fucking bill. He fits every bit of the bill. He strikes me as a Nickelodeon executive, if you get what I'm saying. Why is all this off? It's like it won't save it. Oh, it's instant now? Or I guess mail is instant now. Or maybe just lot boxes are, I don't know. No. Alright, let's get out there and kill stuff. I think I need Yeti? I don't know. No, I don't have Yeti yet. Oh god, you scared me. I thought you might be a fucking patrol.
Ah, potential customer!
Orb of Power. Oh, it's an offhand. Can I sell it? Minor Agility. Oh, I want that. Yeah, I do want that. Buy that. That's fucking great. Yeah, buy it. Do you sell more than one? I wonder if that's worth selling too. Let's just take those and sell them. They're limited supply. Nice. Hey, I actually need those. Or I need that, I mean. Boots, nice. Yeah, if those enchantment masks don't sell, I'll send them back and I'll give myself an enchant boot agility. That's good. Maybe I should just save everything. I don't need to sell anything, but I do need mount money. I guess what I want to do is kill enough stuff to get greens. I guess. Camera. Big damage, SCT. Crippling. Instant. I want to do the same thing in hardcore, although it is kind of dangerous, maybe. Yeah, I want to do that. Yep. And then I want, what do I want? I want a macro for, mouse move. That sucks. Wow, hardcore. What is the macro to move your vision with your mouse? Oops. Cool. The game looks good, even for how old it is.
other drones that might be harassing us as we get out of the bubble. Oh, and our rigs. We forgot about our rigs too. Rigs are just 3 hyperspatial velocity optimizers, which increases our warp speed, because a lot of this is just going from bank to bank or from system to system, and that will just speed up that time. It does say in the item description that noise goes to quieter spots, quieter even. So yes, but what is quieter, right? Like, it talks about like noise profiles, but like we don't know what the noise we're actually looking at is. And like the fact that they have been very inconsistent, like sometimes you'll use a noise filament and be fucking teleported to like 1DQ or some shit. Alright, so let's go ahead and hop into our ship. Let's start the clock. Let me just bring up Notepad. Where's my notepad? Hello? Utilities. There it is. Let's start at 0:45. Do we have any skins for our thorax? Oh, hell yeah, we do. We got the Aspirin Enforcer. This is from the Air Career Program. And let's undock. In order to use a filament, we are going to need to be in a fleet of our own. So just go ahead and bring up your fleet menu, which I don't know what default is, but you can go to your Neocom, go to social, fleet, and then form fleet. Go ahead and rearrange all of our good shit. I like to have my passive modules over on the side. Double click in space after you finish warping to break your invulnerability. And then use a noise needle jack.
Thank you.
All right. So now that we're in the great unknown of Stain. Oh, fuck, we're in Stain. God damn it. Here's one of the problems that can happen. Stain is an NPC area of nullsec.
NPC, yeah.
There's not going to be ESSs in NPC nullsec. So we're going to have to travel a little bit. But how do we find where the ESSs are, especially the good ones? You go ahead and go up to your agency, and it's going to be in exploration. Don't ask me why it's in exploration. Seems dumb to me, but it is. And then it's going to be the encounter surveillance system, which is kind of like on the far, like you're going to have to scroll. Again, like you click and hold and scroll. So you go to ESSs. Once you're here, though, once you're on this page, you can go ahead and add a bookmark. And this is going to add this page to the bottom of your agency window, so you can quickly access all the things that you really like to do, like the epic arcs, like the SOE epic arc, which you should be doing every 3 months. Has it been 3 months? You can check. You can go to Bloodstained Stars, completed on this date, which actually, holy shit, it's been just over 3 months, so we should do that. And by doing this, theoretically, you're going to be getting Caldari standings increase, which is going to save you a little bit of tax money whenever you do trading in JITA. That said, you should actually be doing this on a JITA trade alt, because everyone should have a dedicated JITA trade alt. All right, back to the ESS. What is this page? What does it say? Who knows?
Or just live in JITA like me.
We can go location.
Like a rich whale. Slob
jumps.
whale.
Seems fine. Even though
Whale
there's
slob.
only one within 10 jumps. Oh, it's only 6 jumps. 90. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead. This one actually looks pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and start jumping to it while we explain things. So bounty risk modifier, we don't really care about the bounty risk modifier. It just means if the area is in a dangerous or less dangerous area of space, it doesn't really matter to us. Minimum bank value, I like to have this at 10 million, because like if 10 million is like in my system, I might do it. You could make it higher, you could make it lower. I probably wouldn't make it too much lower, otherwise you're going to see a lot of chaff. So like here, you're starting to see, as we jump systems, like there's 11 million 10 jumps away, 46 million 10 jumps away, and this is just money for us to take. This money is just waiting there for us to take it. That's what we're doing. We're just the tax man. Reserve bank. Don't worry at all about reserve banks. It's a completely different activity that you'll probably never do. I myself have never done a reserve bank. I kind of want to do one though. And
the likelihood of
I
hitting
might
a
seem
pocket
like
is
I'm
so
like pretty
high.
laissez-faire about jumping.
So there's a problem. Like a lot of, and I know why this is a problem because I've lived in nullsec. Unlike this guy who's probably too scared to do that, or something like that. No, he's probably lived in null, probably more than me. But anyways, I lived in null with the big boys, and I know how this works, right? I used to make a lot of money off ESS, and the reality is, smart boys who set up to make big money in the big ESS, like 200-300 million, like every couple of hours or whatever, the pieces out to all the people involved, they live in pockets. The problem with pockets is if they're competent at all, and I mean like the people who have the big ESS, the ones that you actually really want, if they're competent at all, like they'll have put up warp bubbles at the pocket. A pocket is a single system at the end of a line. I can show you on the star chart in just a second. And I know because people used to try to do this to us all the time. And if they're smart, you're just gonna lose. Like yeah, maybe you get people who just don't care, or people who don't have the security, or whatever. But my real concern is, hi kitty, you're like standing on my chest. Sit on my lap. Yep, thank you. My real concern is I've seen it before. Doing this, yeah, 30 million is not a bad investment to try and turn over a bunch of ESS. It's not a bad idea, but the issue is, if you look at the Eve map here, and I'm going to log in to use, you know, a visual aid for what I'm talking about, or I'm already in, am I? Oh, yeah, I'm already in. So, oops. Oh, ice is up. I'm going to go do that. I should technically go to bed and try and fix my schedule. Oh, he's level 30. You know, something that's really helpful in this mode is the quartz swing timer. Sea quartz, though. I wish it would show you the weapon swing timer, but I don't think there is a quartz anymore. Fuck. Yeah, there's no way to do this anymore, which is kind of shitty. It's like they won't even show you the weapon swing timer anymore. Okay, well, I can kind of imagine it in my head. It's a lot more helpful with quartz, though.
These gates, it's because I am. It could get me killed. If you're paying attention, you should probably be paying attention a little bit more than I am, but you know, whatever, it's fine. We're explaining things, so we're just jumping straight gate to gate. You could always ping off Celestials and then jump to the out gate. You can descan as long as the out gate is less than 14 AU away. Let's put our descan up to 14 AU. There's some information here. I think we're pretty much going to cover all this in our talks, so we don't need to hover over those, at least not yet. And then here is a bunch of system information, which I personally never look at, but maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. It's just something I never look at. So, bank value, 90 million. Time to pay out is short, so we should probably get there ASAP. Bounty risk modifier, who cares really about that? And then we don't care about the reserve bank. So yeah, you don't really care about any of this. Basically, all you need to do is location. I say within 10 jumps is fine. Minimum bank value, choose whatever you want, probably higher than 10 million. And then you just go grab a bank. As we are 2 jumps away now from this 90 million bank. You say, is that because you can just train them to trade easier? Yes. So it's very helpful to just have someone always in JITA to like manage your buy orders, or like price check, or manage your sell orders. It's just it's very convenient. Does it have to be Omega? It's much better if it's Omega, because alphas don't get like any trade skills. But I still would probably recommend it for an alpha.
Oh yeah, so we were gonna show. Yes, I do want to join the fleet. Yes, I am coming in on a ice mining ship. I guess I'll buy a Mackinac. Bring it out here. Ice mine and Mac. I haven't had one of those in a while. They make good money. I think I'd rather be in hardcore. I go out to the furthest one here. Mm-hmm. You can run back and just shoot his ass. Fun as hell. I like how combo-y and video game-y he is. I love Rogue and Hardcore. It's actually so fun. I like this opening, and then you just gouge. Run back. Shoot his ass. But now... Yep, it's a good way to open things. Ah, itchy arm. I'll bring a Mac out here. The FOV really changed the game for me. You're getting good XP. The sound effects are a little loud. Oh, I don't know. You need to be able to hear. Master needs to be up, but the effects need to be down, is what it is. I really don't like how the sound of the ambience. I like the crickets, but I want it way, way lower. There we go. Might be fun to play a rogue in TBC. I'm a good rogue, and it would be way like it would make me. I'd have to worry way less. Parry my gouge, that son of a bitch. Oh, that was a good crit. Can't wait to actually get some points. damn it. Hardcore bear that gets my, like, I find it much more entertaining. Fighting the hardcore bear is so much more entertaining than, now why aren't we moving? What happened here? Whoa. I can't move. There we go. Hardcore bear on these hardcore bears, they actually keep me entertained. Like they're actually, they feel like Dark Souls to me. And the normal game, it feels like, wow. I'm gonna have a lot of fucking skin. It's good. God, I love Rogue. Rogue is so fun. Ouch, kitty, don't scratch me. Ouch, kitty, don't scratch me. Your claws are my knee. See, this is, like, more entertaining to me. This is more entertaining to me than... Maybe I should kill a cave yeti. Let's see if I can control a cave yeti. It can always vanish or whatever. There's no aggro around, right? Yeah, let's see if I can kill this cave yeti. He's orange, but he doesn't scare me. Uh-huh. I just run back, fucking shoot.
Health warning.
I potioned. In case he, like, suddenly fucking executed me or something scary. In case he's, like, a warrior or something. Ugh. See, he was scary, but I killed him, and I saw what was necessary to kill something nasty like that. I should have bandaged on the other gouge. On the second gouge, I should have bandaged. Be all jealous about my health. You know you're a good rogue if it just, like, comes automatically, you know? Hi, kitty. Oh. Man, you have to kill so many of these. Oh, my poisons ran out. There's all these cool combos you can do. I really like Rogue. It has this open-ended combat that I really miss. It used to be so good all the way up to Legion. It was such a fun class. All the way into Legion, all the way to the end. Oh, so the bleeds break the gouge immediately. I forgot. Oh god, I thought they were lions. Ugh. You guys help me with this thing? No. Man, I wish I had some more points in Eviscerate, but I gotta go all the way through dual wield spec and then... and then I get Blade Flurry, which is super good, and then I buy all the way down to Adrenaline Rush, but I have to put fucking point in Blade Flurry, and then 2 points in Weapon Expertise, and then Sword Specialization, and then Adrenaline Rush, and then you're done. You're like, well, you're not done, but you're like, you know, you're like on the way. You're like 44, something like that. I'm gonna kill him. Yeah, I came back with a lot of booty. Nice. Hey, Buccaneers shirt. Cloth shirt. What do I have? I have a nice dark leather tunic with 6 agility on it. That was back when the market was still alive. Nice. I'm to my tip now. Or what I tipped in. I love this freaking corp. I'm gonna stay here forever, maybe. They're not all angsty like fucking Absolute Order trying to like bite off more than they can chew. There was all the bearer's tongues I needed. I still need starving mountain lions. There's all kinds of cool kill cam stuff you can do that looks all professional and cool with like this mode. Che viete? I want to go stab, stab, build, gouge, run, shoot, and now I want to eviscerate, and he's out, and that's like a really good way to like, I don't even have to open them really. I'll try it again. Shoot twice. Shoot. Shoot. 1, 2. Gouge, and I take like basically no damage, and then I come out, fire at him. I mean, he's well and done for now, pretty much. I'm gonna take like no damage and stuff. I want to get super smooth with it. You know what it reminds me of? Tekken or Soul Calibur. Each move matters and it commits you because of the energy and stuff. I love Rogue. It was such a well-designed class. It is... Maybe I'm playing the wrong class. Like, I wanted to heal, but maybe I'd rather heal dungeons on retail. And do Rogue, and I've never done DPS in current TBC. Might be fun to be a really good Rogue. If it's not hardcore, I can keep the camera like this all the time. What's that? Do they link? They probably do. Che viete? That's a good way to open. In Wrath, Rogue gets, oh god, what's it called? Invigorate or whatever? Yeah, Invigorate, which, like, heals them for their combo points. And that's when it gets really, really good. Maybe will they just go on to Anniversary Wrath? Is that kind of their fucking plan? Or are they going to do, well, yeah, they're going to go on to Anniversary Wrath, huh? Maybe I should play a Rogue. I don't know. Rogue and Hardcore might be enough. I just dump the Rupture so we know that the damage goes out. I love Rogue. It's so video gamey. Games used to actually have your abilities mean something. Oh, that was a bad offhand crit. Poison. I think it was a poison proc. I am a good rogue. Like a really good rogue. I mean, I took Rogue to like, I think it was like 1950 or something like that. Or no, I took Rogue to like fucking high. Like 2350 or something like that. But it was in Legion when it didn't matter. But that was when Death from Above was super prevalent. I loved that fucking move. I played Rogue and Solid and it was so fun. Pharaoh was fun too. What was that? The hell is that? It's a hunter. He's a 33 orc hunter. I love, you know, I could go modified, modify assassin. Looking for, oh man, kidney shot. Targets remote sources, yeah. Maximum energy. Additional combo point. Next backstab, ruthlessness. I used to go Hemo. Hemo is such a good fucking spec. Sin Rogue. It'd be fun to go Sin Rogue. And TBC. I mean, sub is the real winner, though. Yeah, this is the pacing I like. I like Hardcore Rogue more.
Because, like, at least that way you kind of, like, get used to it. Like, you have 3 character slots. You should be utilizing your 3 character slots.
I use different places 1. Yeah,
at
different times.
Can be quite helpful. And with this, specifically with, like, trading, like, there's not a lot of overlap, so you're not, like, double training skills. All right, so once we are in the system, there's going to be a beacon on your overview called the ESS. You can go ahead and warp down to it. We can see, holy shit, guys, there's no one in local. This is going to be streamer luck, streamer rigging gameplay to show you guys how you're going to make hundreds of millions of ISK, easiest possible thing you can do, and there will be absolutely zero no problems.
I've never robbed an ESS before.
That just means they're hiding. Hiding where? Where are they hiding at? Why is there 90 million in the bank and like 2 hours left on the payout? I know it said short on the payout, but this is like the longest it can be pretty much. It's like 3.5 hours. Anyways, I skipped over a bunch of this stuff. Once you land into the ESS, there's going to be a main bank and a reserve bank. You're just going to link to the main bank, and that is going to start this 6-minute timer, which you can visually see there. From there, you can also see this big ol' blue ring, and that is how close we have to be, and it's actually a sphere. Remember that it's a sphere. It goes all in 3 directions, not a cylinder, a sphere. And we have to remain within this sphere, or else we will break the link. So we also know that there's a beacon right here. This is where everyone is going to land. If you're familiar with like sliding gates, this is the same concept. You slide the acceleration gate, you land on or near the beacon. So we are going to get away from the beacon. Oh, actually, this is great. So we want to get as far away as we can from the beacon, which is always going to be on this other side specifically. But we also want to have things that we can align and warp away to. So all of these green anomalies, these planets, we're probably going to be heading like towards this planetal cluster here once we do need to run away. And like you want to choose, you don't want to go directly away, because if enemies do warp in here, they're going to have 0 traversal if you just go straight away. So you want to like have some perpendicularness away while you're getting away. So here we're just gonna approach this area and kind of just stay here for now. Other things to note is we have these icons. It says warp disabled, warp penalty, and linked to main bank. And why is our warp disabled? I'm so glad you asked. It's because you can faintly see this bubble. This is a 70-kilometer bubble that surrounds us, and it makes it so that we can't use our micro warp drive and we can't warp out. So whenever we want to leave here, we need to like align to this stuff over here, and we need to travel 70 kilometers, which is where our big ol' afterburner comes into play. And hopefully people don't shoot us dead in that time. And now, it's literally this easy. We're waiting 3.5 minutes left. And we're going to get 70... Wait, is it 60%? This is where that little question mark might actually come in handy. When you steal the things from the main bank, as a way to disincentivize stealing from your own bank, you get 70%. All right, cool. So IS that goes into the main bank is paid back to the contributors every 2 hours and 45 minutes. 70% of that amount can be stolen by any single capsuleer within 10 kilometers of the ESS, destroying the remaining 30%.
284.
To do so, you gotta wait.
Oh, I
6 minutes.
vanished by mistake.
So
no.
We're gonna get 70% of this 90 million, and we are going to get them in like physical little token items. They weigh basically nothing, and they can be sold to NPCs. But then the question is, how do we get the money to the NPCs? Which we will talk about, I guess now, because like we're not in any threat here. Bearer bonds? Yeah, exactly. We get bonds that we can sell. So there's a fun little trick called asset safetying, and using other players' stations to store stuff. So if you guys don't know, any player-owned station, you can put stuff inside it even if you don't have docking rights. And I'll show you how to do that once we get the bearer bonds.
Really?
It's very simple. And then once items are in a station that you don't have docking rights to, you can send it to asset safety. What asset safety does is it waits like 3 weeks, and then you can transfer it to a NPC station. And it's always like, depending on what area of space you are in, it's always going to be the same station. I think they're generally always low sec, but it's much easier to get, like, you can like bring a easy transport ship, like a safe ship, or you would just use the Pakvan Highway. What am I thinking? So you would go to that area, you would get all your bonds, and you would Pakvan Highway back to Jita. Simple, easy peasy. The problem with that, aside from waiting 3 weeks, the only other problem with that is that you take another 15% cut. So basically, you have to pay 15% of the item's value in order to get it out of asset safety. So if you're willing to take another pay cut for more safety and money later, then definitely do that. And if this is an activity that you do a lot, I would pretty much definitely recommend that, because it's going to be a better use of your time than trying to either keep all of this money in my cargo, which might explode at any further banks I do, because enemies might show up and pop my ass. Or I could alternatively choose to go to Pakvan right now, but then that's going to be like another 30 minutes before I'm back out in nullsec space. All right, so we got the goods. Let's align out. If I can hit the things correctly, let's turn on our afterburner. And in our cargo, you can see we got these things. They are 0.2 in weight, and they are worth 63 million ISK. So remember, we already paid for our ticket. That was 35 million ISK, but we are now plus 30. Well, we're gonna put these away, so count the 15% as well as that in that as well. But let's call it like plus 25 million ISK, right? And it has been, how many minutes has it been? It's been 15 minutes. So right now,
oh yeah, dinged.
for 100 million ISK out. That's not bad. That's not bad. Volume, not weight. You're right, Machinista. That's the volume of the bonds, not the weight of the bonds. All right. Looks like
I got a point, and I'm going to be able to train.
We've
That's
already
good.
stolen all the goodies. So how do you find a player
sell all
station that you don't have docking rights to? Well, you can use your D-scan, and I don't see any stations here on D-scan. So you can use your map, your solar system map, and then you want to look over here. You just want to hover over these things that are not in your D-scan range, and you can see there are 3 stations there. There's no stations there. There's no stations there. But there are 3 stations here. So let's go to any of these work. And you're just going to warp to 0.
Warp drive act.
You can also use the magic HUD thingy that you don't have turned on. Oh, yeah. And that way you could see it down here or in space. Sensor overlay, yeah. Yeah, you could also just look around in space. I do have it in space, you can see the blue stuff. But anyways, we don't have docking access here, but you can click on it and go to the selected item, open cargo deposit, move all this to the cargo deposit, transfer that, and then go to your assets. You can see we now have these in this station. You right click the station all the way at the bottom and you select move all items to asset safety. This tells you about asset safety and all that stuff. And we say, yes, we want to go ahead and continue. And now we wait 20 days. And then we'll be able to transfer it to a probably low-sec system. I think they're all low-sec systems, where we can pick it up and Pakvan Highway later and, be rich. Shamelessly making deposits without docking permission? That's right. That's fucking right. And then we just rinse and repeat. We go to the agency. We go to the agency. Game. Excuse me. Okay. We go to the agency. Refresh it just in case. I don't know. And then we look for more. 5 jumps away, 83 million. That doesn't seem too bad. 6 jumps, 97 million. So here we've selected destination to this place, and we can kind of look for average pilots in space or docked. We'll do in space. I wish there was a combination. So here we can see 3 pilots in the system, whereas the other one with 6 jumps away is 0. Yeah, 0 pilots in system. So let's go to that one. There's 160 million in this one, 7 jumps away. But at that value, people will probably respond to you. Let's see if it's up here. 4 pilots in system. Yeah. Is your main in a corp/alliance or on your own? So my mains are in an alliance called Pugilism, and the corp Whispers in the Void.
Pugilism, you idiot.
Which is Wormhole Corp and Alliance. We're not a big alliance. And Pew is, or Whispers in the Void is the main corp of the alliance. I like this song. Man, what a banging, like, video. Everything's going so smooth, pretty much. This one's gonna be a good one. What's up with Serenub? Haven't seen him around in ages. He's around. He, or like, do you mean streaming or like? He's around. He's playing some other games. We're kind of just chilling out.
Warp drive active.
Warp drive active. What the hell is other games? I think he's playing a lot of Warships. World of Warships. What's the fucking... Not the... War clone?
Warp drive active.
The one where you build people mechs, and there's a lot of it. It's very actiony, like there's a lot of diving and moving. It's the collect... It's like Monster Hunter Collection. It's old. Warframe. Yeah, that one. Just been playing some Warframe.
Warp drive active.
This system seems like a pretty industry-heavy system. Hopefully, no one cares about PvP here. Thank you for all your help tonight. Gonna try this out tomorrow. Have a good night. All right, you're welcome, Mr. Duck. Best of luck to you.
Nice, I've doubled my money now.
All right, we are now in the system. We go ahead and warp to the SS. There's only one other person in system. Looks like there are 4 MTUs out and a hell. Oh, okay. This guy doesn't care. This guy's just hell farming. He's gonna make way more money than it would be worth to try and attack me. This is the perfect parasitic relationship. I'm just a little parasite on this huge big old whale taking a little bit, and it's not worth it for him to try it. And there's 97 in the bank. We might even get over 100 in the bank by the time we're done. This guy's actively farming.
The secret word, which was here, has been spoken by Mackie1 Nista.
Machinista? Say 2016 or whatever year it was? Oh, I personally don't believe in other games, but I did try to see how well Doom runs on a laptop in 2016. Doom runs on anything. Shit, you won. Yeah, that's right, you won. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Fuck. So a scary thing happened in that he left system.
He was just jumping out.
And then I wasn't paying attention and I accidentally disconnected myself. So hopefully he's not going off to go get a PvP ship. But he's not farming anymore. Getting his Marauder? He might be. Hopefully not. Because I'm going to just run like a little bitch. Varger. Go ahead and pre-turn on our shield resistances. Alright, we need a prediction in chat. Yes or no, Varger? Manage prediction. Straight to Varger? Yes? No. Give you guys 2 minutes. Cost him more time to chase you? Yeah, it does. Like, that's the whole thing, is that, like, we want to be in this area where it'll cost you more to hurt us. So you don't. So we get a little something something. You continue on your merry way. No one would bring a Varga for just one thorax. You're right. They would bring two. But we're getting a pretty overwhelming majority of yes straight to Varga. And by the way, I do consider any Marauder to be Varga, right? If he shows up in a Paladin, that's still straight to Varga. Why buy one when you can get two for twice the price? Exactly. Is there a multi-system call for robbery? For the ESSs, no. It's just the single system. For the Skyhooks, I believe now it's like 3 systems or something. That said, there are intelligence networks in nullsec player groups, which will probably alert you, like third-party wise.
Hey bitch, you are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right now, so pause your
Ad time?
fucking game.
That's a terrible time for an ad. They're gonna miss when the Varga comes in. Where's the beacon? Okay. Yeah, I think that'll be a fine escape route. Or even better yet, down here. The Reserve Bank sends out a wider call, doesn't it? Yes, the Reserve Bank does send a wider call. And that's like region-wide. That's a big call. You don't like the third-party stuff? Feels like it cheats and makes it so fun, unfair for the little guy? To a degree, yeah, it kind of does. Like, there's all, like, information is power, and the big ol' corporations and blocks and alliances that utilize that data definitely have a advantage. But, like, at the same time, when you're on grid, fighting, 1v1 at Sun, all that shit goes out. Then it's player skill, baby. Except for, I mean, then there's also, like, Peld, and you could, like, use tools to assist. I don't know. It's an interesting topic of, like, how much is good use of data. Like, some people would say using Pyth is cheating, right? Because it does the calculations of what your E-War resistance is for you. But, like, that just seems nice to me, not cheating. Alright, we're gonna get this shit.
Any help gamers can get in a sandbox is
in the
good.
fucking dough.
Sandboxes are hard.
Because we don't need to recover the cost of our ticket, we're getting a lot. Alright, let's go ahead and line out, turn our afterburner on. Walking away with 68 million on top of our, let's call it 32 million from before. I know it's a little higher than what we're actually going to end up getting, but for simplicity's sake, I'm going to call it 100 million ISK this hour, positive, even after the price of our ticket, in 30 minutes. This is an alpha activity that can get you 200 million ISK an hour. That's a lot of money. So this is pretty fucking good. And don't be fooled. This is not how it always goes.
No.
As I said before, a lot of times you'll go in to the first ESS you find, and 3 Vargas are gonna show up on your doorstep and blap you out of the sky. But if no one shows up, you walk away, you get a lot of money. And we're gonna go ahead and warp on over to this Astrahoos and deposit the funds. Paid actors? Yeah, this is 100% rigged paid actors. Guaranteed streamer luck. Bringing ammo that isn't void or hail is cheating too. Hail never fails, except for all the times it does. It's not cheating, it's preparation. People take the time to learn and understand. Cheating in 2024, that's right. You say Pyth is most certainly cheating. A Sir gets hours of content out of it without even playing Eve? Yeah. Put the stuff in the thingy. Go to our agency. And we just go do it again. Because I'm afraid that it doesn't refresh on its own. 72 million in 4 jumps. 111 million. 40 million in 2 jumps. Do we want to go 4 jumps for 70 million? Or 2 jumps for 30 million? Let's go 4 jumps for 70 million. Let's check, see if there's any pilots in system. Doesn't say there's any pilots in system. So that'll be good enough for us. Why not both? Maybe we'll do both. We'll see what next one we want to get. By the way, can I have a nightmare skin? Did you win? Yeah, Machinista. That's right, you did win. Type exclamation mark claim space nightmare. Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted.
Mackie1 Nista has claimed the nightmare skin.
Mackie1 Nista. Mackie1. That's your new name. I like that. Thought I'd wait with pestering you till the ESS was done. No, you wanna immediately pester. That's the only way. Like, if you don't pester me, I'm not gonna remember it.
Warp drive active.
Some hateful dude. The term is hateful fuck. It's because some hateful fuck got my name on Twitch before I got it. Yeah, fuck them. You miss Eve sometimes? Last played in 2019? Nice. It's still here. It's still Eve. You never really quit Eve. You just take elongated breaks. That's what they say.
Can't get this last tongue that I need. I don't want to go 2 bars
There's
into
a
a
capsule
level.
kind of close. The only true way to play is to pay for 3 high SP accounts, then do Faction Warfare on an Alpha. Faction Warfare on an Alpha is fun, not gonna lie. Alright. Let's go and warp to the SS. It's a decently large system. Let's see if these guys are actually in space. Doesn't look like it. So this could be another free take.
I have a lot of leather.
I guess I'll go ahead and showcase how to use the combat probes, even though it's pretty simple. Because one of these guys could undock in a recon ship and try and fuck our shit up. Also, here's an example of where there's not a lot of great things immediately outside. Well, there's actually that, so that's pretty good to traversal too. Or we could just go sun. Yeah. So like,
let me go sell all that.
Let's go here. We can also go up a little bit. Yeah. Alright. So you go ahead and launch your combat probes. You go to your probe scanner. You're going to want to center on your ship.
Oops.
You're going to want to bring it down to, sure, 1 AU is fine. And you just go ahead and analyze. And in here, you want to make sure that you selected ships. And sure, deployables if you want. And you just keep hitting the scan button. And that will let you know if there is a recon ship on the outside of the gate. You can also use your regular D-scan. And then we just wait the remaining 4.5 minutes. And we're going to be walking away with another, like, 50 million. Holy shit. I kind of want to get attacked at this point. I want to show you guys, like, what getting attacked is like. Mil. It shouldn't be this easy. It's not this easy. So you don't get the full 70 mil? No, you get 70% of whatever is in the main bank. And then if you do the asset safety trick, we'll call it, you're going to have to pay an additional 15% of whatever that value is. But even with all those reductions, we're still making hundreds of millions of ISK per hour. All bots are evil? Yeah. Bots. These guys got bios. Oh, Chinese. He has, he's got PvP kills in his, oh, okay. Oh wait, no, this is his death. Why is he linking his death? We could check these guys' Zed kill if we really wanted. Oh wait, did he got AWOXed? It looks like he got AWOXed. Fun fact, AWOX is called that because there was a guy named AWOX, and he liked to shoot his friends.
Stole core
So if you're ever curious, like, what the fuck does AWOX mean? That was his name, Mr. AWOX.
He didn't like to shoot his friends. He liked to steal their.
Recruited him? Maybe.
You're fucking stupid. You're mangling this because you're younger. AWOX is very, very famous for stealing entire corp hangers from big boys like Goons and fucking Init and Test Alliance and all this. And he would join and he would work his way up for a couple of years and he would jack their entire corp hanger and change the passwords and move it all before they even knew what to do. And they couldn't do anything. And he was famous for doing this. He did this 2 or 3 times. And so when he says famous for shooting his friends, it's like this, you can tell that he heard some he heard the word AWACS and he makes up in his own mind what it means to him, which is shoot his own friends, which is, yeah, kind of a basic understanding of what AWACS did. But it's more like AWACS worked his way all the way up to the top of our government or whatever, and then he locked us all out of the password that opens all of our air hangars and all of our fucking ships and all of our guns and bombs and nuclear drones and stuff. And like, and then he sold them all to Russia for like 30% of what we bought them for, and then he just pocketed the money and laughed at us as he ran off. And that's AWACS. It's not shooting your friends when you lock them out of their bank accounts. That's not really shooting your friends. That's more like talented Mr. Ripley or some shit. That's insane. You know, I couldn't ever do it. I couldn't. I've jacked G banks when the people didn't show for 2 years. But I've never, like, you know, I was just like, there's nobody to yell at me for stealing the G-Bank. Nobody has shown for 2 years. And I've stolen some G-Banks in my time, 4 or 5 of them, like full of loot. This is one of the reasons I have so much loot as it is. But I've never, like, you know, but that was due to, like, everybody just quit the game. You know, that's a bit different from what AWACS did. AWACS would change the password on their corp hangers and steal entire goddamn corporations and alliances whole fucking nest eggs and shit like that. And that's a whole different thing. And by the way, thanks to AWACS, we now have what's called social engineering, and that was the original form. I would say the original form of social engineering is probably snake oil salesman, but like social engineering, it wasn't really a big thing till AWACS started jacking entire goddamn corporation hangers from EVE Online pilots. Because if you can jack EVE Online pilots, EVE Online pilots, you can probably rob anybody in the real world, because the EVE Online pilots, they're actually intelligent. They're not likely to make mistakes. You know, you got to catch them you got to catch them like socially, right? And this is how the principle of social engineering came around. So then AWACS probably took that same skill that he robbed corporation banks with, and probably took it to the real world and robbed real corporations too, which is insane. Now, if you want to get shot or stabbed or get poisoned in your fucking sleep, do stuff like this. If you want to play video games for the rest of your life like a happy person, do as Skycatlive does. Don't go AWACS anybody, you know? Trust me, bad stuff happens.
We're just hitting space.
Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're lucky that one time, and it has happened to me a bunch of times. I've gotten off lucky scot-free. I've had people tell me, I can't believe you got away with this scot-free. I can't believe nobody fucked with you. You robbed a game store, shit like this, you know? A lot of people knew too. They just weren't interested in telling anybody. People that liked me.
Space, because that is what I have my D-scan and my scan on. If you would like my...
And then AWACS is... And so it's funny, the story that I got about AWACS was from X-Death Beaver, who is now running like one of the largest corporations in EVE Online. And I was, he was shopping me for right-hand man, but I was like, no, this game's too paranoid. I can't ever be this paranoid like you boys all the time. Couldn't ever do it. Now, where was this project at? It's like... I have 1 active in the buyback. Go to that dock. I have 90 million on me. I'm about to pull 100 mil right here off just what I farmed in the last day or whatever. It's insane. That'll make up for all those Tristans I lost well in spades. It makes up for fitting 30 Tristans, you know, which is fine by me. You know, use some faction warfare. I lose 5 or 10 a day. I really don't care. So, we are selling... Maybe I want to keep some of these enchantment mats actually now. Post. Yep. Do it. Just sell this shit for cheap. Do it. I don't care. I need the money. Yeah. Way more than any of the rest of these people do. I'm making a real and honest push. I think these guys are all pushing to 25 and dying. The minute they enter a cave or something like I was for months. I realized what the real problem was with hardcore. I was trying to main it. If you try and main it, you're gonna fucking die. If you pay attention to it, you will die. But if you just go and kill a mob, all your stats are up and all your cooldowns are up, you probably won't die. If all your cooldowns are up every time you pull a mob, you probably won't die, Let's see if we can sell this for gold. I fucking doubt it. But you never know. Maybe somebody wants it for gold. You never know. Okay, that's everything. I gotta go train, but I might not have enough. I might not have enough gold, but we'll see. I have to go to the bathroom rather badly, so I'm going to go do that, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I will be right back.
A keybind
will not be gone very long.
Layout, which I think you should.
Yeah, AWOC still plays. Everybody who actually likes Eve still plays because it really gets in your soul. Honestly, or learning Eve Online, I would say it was good for me. I built 3 successful businesses in my lifetime. And that's because like Eve Online taught me how to go out and do my own fucking thing. I remember when I started, I had a lot of advice from my best friend. He was like, I'm gonna crash you on this game, and I'm gonna teach you everything you need to know. And he did. He really did. He taught me everything I needed to know. But he didn't know what I should do first. That's something he was like, I don't know. You should pick something that seems fun. And I was like, okay. And I decided I wanted to build my first account by mining for like a week while I played WoW, and I did that. And then I subbed 2 other accounts, and then I ran 3 accounts at the same time, and I borrowed my best friend's account, and I ran 4 accounts at the same time, and I started making, back then, it was a lot of money back then, like 10 million an hour. And so, and that was a lot of money back then. And I would lose ships too doing this. I would get like retriever popped or whatever. It sucked. And that would just suck. It sucked when I got popped by like safety and shit like this. And so eventually though, I did make a lot of money that way. And in that way, I was able to buy all my skill books and start buying a ship. But I never really did that well at the game until I just went out to Nullsec and joined a Nullsec Corp, and they gave me a Gila, and they're like, do this. They're like, go out to an anomaly here called I forget the name of it now. It's going to be like Forsaken Den or something like that. And just go out there and right click you're going to have to learn to do this if you want to be out in Nullsec. You're going to need to grind Nullsec rats. And so here's how to do it. And he told me in a single sentence, he was like, go out there, put your mobile tractor unit down, spin that motherfucker at going with your afterburn burning, and they'll never be able to damage you. You'll be you'll be speed tanking. What else you do doesn't matter because they can't kill you. I was like, really? And I was like, that's all I have to do. I just orbit the mobile tractor unit at 5,000 M and I don't have to ever die. And he was like, yeah, that's called speed tanking. Their bullets and missiles and guns can't hit you because it's the same principle as a mosquito buzzing around your face. You can't actually smack it because it's also moving so fast. It might even be moving the same speed your hand is. So that may not even hurt the mosquito very bad if you're trying to smack it, if it's moving in the same direction you are. And so, and it's the same thing as swatting a fly. He was like, it's the same principle. My best friend taught me this the first day I ever played Eve too. He was like, it's the same principle as swatting a fly. Having a lot of power and moving very fast as a fly is very powerful against a big target. And so then he was like, stick the drones on all the small ships first and then the battleships. And it took him like a paragraph, but he was like, this is what you do. You go out, you spin at 5,000 M, or 5,000 M, set your orbit at 5,000 M, spin the fucking, the MTU and shoot the small ships first and then the battleships after that. And you'll make like 30 million an anomaly, and you could probably clear like 2 or 3 of them an hour, pull like 100 million an hour. And sure enough, I was plexing my count by week 2. And that was 2.8 billion. Yeah, that was 2.8 billion back then. 2.4. It was 2.4 billion. That was 10 years ago in 2015 and shit. It's a long time ago. I like X-Death. He taught me a lot of really good stuff. Without X-Death, I never ever would have been able to do Rust. Like there's a certain mentality to people willing to go out on their own to bring riches to just themselves. It's sort of crazy. It's like, you'll have no friends. You know that nobody likes you. You know you're stronger than everybody else because you aren't what's the word? You aren't reliant on them. So, but the problem is with that is you have to be ready for every single engagement that happens and stuff. The littlest things will end up mattering in the end. He taught me a lot about Sun Tzu and the art of war and all this stuff. And he was a good leader. I wish I was still under him. He invited me back to the corp. He was like, I'm still shopping you for right-hand man. That was like 2 years ago. He was like, I'm still shopping you for right-hand man of a huge, huge corporation. I think you could be a really good corporation leader after all your experience and everything. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I will join your corp and I'll be your right-hand man. But the problem is I'm a streamer now. And he was like, you're a streamer now? And I was in my mail conversation and I had the conversation with him. And I was like, yeah, I'm a streamer now. I can't televise your ops. And he was like, well, okay. And then he never responded to me. And I don't blame him either, because he's not stupid. Stupid man just takes me anyways and lets me televise his ops so his enemy gets the better of him. The smart man just never responds to me, because that means that he didn't insult me by saying yes, he didn't insult me by saying no, and he just let it trail off. And you'd be surprised how much more powerful silence can be than a yes or a no. And that's what he said to me, because he knew that I wasn't going to not televise his ops. And he knew that he wasn't going to take me because I wasn't going to televise his ops. So rather than have the engagement or a battle or a disappointment thing where he has to apologize to me or I have to apologize to him, he just never responded. And I don't blame him either. I don't think I would take a streamer in my fucking high-end corporation either. That's like inviting a spy to come give your secrets to your worst enemy. It's sort of crazy. That's what it was like in Rust. When I can't believe how long Tay let me stay in that corp. Or sorry, in that clan. He was a very nice man, Tay. I have a lot of respect for Tay, because he let me stay in that that clan a lot longer than I should have been able to, because I was not willing to stop televising our ops, which makes it impossible for us to win. If everybody can see exactly what you're doing all the time, then you can't win. It's fucking stupid, but it is true. Okay, hey, I got another rupture. I got rank 2 rupture, which is now like way better rupture. Let's do it. Backstab and feint. I don't use backstabs because I'm not a dagger road, so I'll leave it to train for later because it's expensive. Feint's also something I don't really need, but I definitely do need rank 2 sap. 35 seconds, yeah, that's not bad. Sap is something I do use, so that's the one I have to use. I've got to sit here and train, and it's going to cost me a gold 60. Any poisons or anything at this level either? I guess I need to transfer like 2 gold. I think the transfer's instant now. They might have changed that. Poisons. Right. No, poisons are something you learn from the trainer. I have to go to the bathroom now. I'm terribly sorry. I will be right back. I will leave. Yeah, we'll leave it here on Eve. I'll be right back. Sorry. It's 5 in the morning. I doubt anybody's here, but I don't care. kitty. Okay. Hi, kitty. Hi. Oh, yeah. Hi. Ooh, 68 million. Nice. Hi, kitty. Take my lap. Lap. Not chest, lap. Lap, kitty, lap. I've got to go transfer and send gold pretty much immediately. Oh, listen to her purr. Yeah, oh, it's just such a beautiful kitty. She's so happy and purring. Yeah, listen to her purr. A little bit of money here, it looks like. Ooh, stinky armpit kitty. Strange dust sold. Oh my god, kitty, what are you doing? You're freaking out. Purr, purr, purr. Oh my god, listen how loud you're purring. You're such a loudy. Oh, listen to this kitty purr. She's so happy. I'm gonna send 2. No, I'm gonna send 3 gold. Oh. Oh, loud purring. Oh, listen to her purr. She's such a happy kitty. Maybe mailbox is instant now. They changed that because it didn't used to be like that. Is there a mailbox nearby? Not really. Oh, yeah, there is. Nice. Oh, I could train, maybe. That's good. Well, hello, beautiful kitty. You're just so beautiful. What's deep down inside, kitty, is a really beautiful thing. Deep down in your heart, you're a beautiful person like me. Don't ever let him get you down. God, don't make no mistakes. Yeah, I can train. Yay, training is good. Even though I don't really value those things that I'm training. Back to the Cleft of Shadow. Hi, beautiful kitty.
relax. You be careful, man.
Alright, back out again. They left me with a gold 52. Take a look at Swift Thistle, see if there's any cheap for sale. I'm solo self-found now. Go check swords to see and armor, see if there's anything better. Terran Mill is not that fast or easy to get to. Ugh. You couldn't do it or what? No, you did it. I want to look for Swift Thistle. Swiftness potions. Maybe I need to be an alchemist now, as opposed to an enchanter. I don't see how enchanting benefits me. I was under the assumption that I could maybe dump for leather crafter and just disenchant everything that I made with an alt. But I don't know. Anyways, so weapons, reset. I want a weapon that's a usable item. I'm looking for levels. Yeah, levels. Dream Slayer. That small bore is like double the damage my current gun does, and I'm inclined to buy it. We're just looking for anything better. My dagger is pretty good. That Wyvern Tail Spike. Weapons-wise, I'm still doing well, but I'm scared that that's not always going to be that way. Yeah. So I guess we do get to buy this BK Sparrow small bore, BKB Sparrow small bore. I'm going to buy that, which is an upgrade. This does like double the gun damage I currently do. And it feels good in this game. So, okay, let's go make some more mithril ore. That rhymed. I need the mailbox. I have just enough to travel with. I guess I'll dump bits and bobs in my bank. Good, good, and good, and oh, and then oh, no. I am trying to. Where did my gun go? There we go. There's my gun. Okay, seems good. I will go get the Ogremar Zeppelin to Undercity and travel to Terran Mills so I can turn in these quests that I completed. Terran Mills seems far away from me, to be honest. But it's all far away from me. All of it is far away. Barrens isn't that far from me, but I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe there might be good Barrens quests, but I don't think so. I think I cleared the Barrens. So... that's my Zeppelin, and I might miss it. No. So jealous of that guy with a mount. I can't believe he's got Baron Rivendare's mount. Where did you get that? Tomorrow I've decided I will buy Oblivion Remaster. I just don't know where.
Yo! Glad I could help.
Where's the other one go? It goes to STV. Yeah, the other one goes to, or not, goes to Gromgol, which would be a faster way to... Oh, the Gromgol one left, though. Damn it. I should have caught the Gromgol one. Gunta. Dude's so good in all the games.
It's really good. There's a video. Maybe in the description, maybe just on the channel. We'll see what I remember to do. AWOX actually still plays. I saw him in a wormhole a few months ago. Oh, nice. Cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know Mr. AWOX still plays. Can I search? I've never done this. Is this the AWOX? Yes, that AWOX. It's this guy. He'll sign my girlfriend's tits. Hell yeah. Employment history? Ooh, he's been in consultancy for a year. Oh, he's the COO. What do these guys do? He finds it hard to
rob corporations for their fucking hangars, you fucking idiot. And I hope he robs yours if you don't know. I'm sorry, maybe that was mean. Ooh, there is an orc out here. I wish there was a different flight path. I mean, I don't know, like... That's not that bad. But it's still, yeah. Still better to go to Undercity. Now that's odd. I rebound my camera key. Oh, you crashed, though. And now you probably don't have the macro, huh? Cool, but my gun looks awesome.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Go in peace.
Oops. Hey, light leather sold. Do I have the money? No, not yet. So... I am taking a flight path out to Terran Mill.
Speak quickly.
Terran Mill.
Join a fleet though. Where's the prediction payout? Oh, let me do that. The nose won. Boy howdy, there were a lot fewer no's. Congratulations to all of you who believed that Eve is dead. Hey, Transgenic 07. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, he's got officer mods for sale. Cool. All right. And we're walking away with even more money. I like money. It ain't easy being cheesy. Except for it is. Except for it really is. Walking away with a cool as a cucumber 50 million ISK. I didn't know it was an Eve thing. I've been using it elsewhere, thinking it was a military term. yeah, not quite. A lot of things are military / sailing. So many fucking terms from sailing. I bet 1K on Vargar. Aw, sorry, Mackie1. Awox is the COO. What do these guys do? Shoot each other? Probably. Hey, Worm, what up? 07. Wonder where he got those officer mods from? Oof. Oof, that's rough. At work, looking for a higher paying job in Los Angeles. Pinging chat. Yeah.
That cloak looks
Always
like a
gotta
smiley
be on
face.
that grind. Get that good. Onward and upward. Alright, let's go ahead and warp to the Asterhus.
Warp drive active.
And let's search for another. Alright, it's time to get dangerous, y'all. We need someone to fucking shoot at us. Otherwise, it's not content. It's just farming. There's 80 million 3 jumps away. There's 130 million 5 jumps away. Yeah. We're going for the 135 jumps away.
Keep knocking you over.
I bought a ticket and gosh damn it, I'm gonna fucking or make even more money. So what is that? 150 million in 45 minutes? Yeah, so each robbery takes about 15 minutes.
Warp drive active.
Between the warping the system, getting in there, getting out of there. That totally doesn't sound wrong. I'll just slowly walk away backwards. But you'll have to come to Europe and sleep on my couch. Oh, you have a higher paying job, but you have to come to Europe, sleep on your couch. Now I understand. It's all tracking. ESS robbing is clearly really easy, and there are never any issues with doing it. That's correct, Ultrev. As our empirical evidence has proven, ESS robbing is literally just free money. But no, yeah, like it's not. I swear, sometimes you can go to a place and they're just crawling with people that want to murder you. Takes notes on how to get free money. Hello, Raphael Dia 07. Well, welcome in. So last time I went to Thorax, I got jumped by a Vargar, a Typhoon, and a Hugin. Yeah, that sounds about right. Correct? Wow, really? Damn, I'm good. It ain't easy being the best. Unless you're ESS Robin. Then I guess anyone can be the best. This is gonna be crazy. I'm gonna walk away with another 100 fucking million because no one's gonna attack me in this bank. Survey says. Let's see how many locals in system. Only 3 other locals in system.
Is in my shoulder, kitty.
There's now 147 million in the bank.
Ouch! Your claws in my
There's an
shoulder, kitty.
EOS
Stop it.
On D-scan, who might want a piece of me. Did he get you an old-timey bandit mask for all your bank robbing? Right? Alright. 2 Ishtars and an EOS. So, Rat City. This place is Rat City. Are they bots? I mean, I can't declare they're bots, but they might be. Let's go ahead and link. And go over here. Release our probes. Start scanning. And we're going to put our D-scan down to 1 AU so we can see if any ships start showing up. There's a deployable nearby, but that's not a ship. So in the event that we need to GTFO, I think we'll go down here. Down there looks pretty good. I'm going to just ignore this result so it doesn't keep on spooking me. Someone forgot their new brand, their MTU? Yeah. Why not a genuine Sheltark brand eye patch? Oh man, it's been a long time since I heard about. Is that the end of the music? It is. That was pretty good. Those were pretty good tunes. Let's try these tunes. Nope. That was way too intense.
Victory for Sylvanas.
This thing called Interstellar Radio. Yeah, this will be good. Hi, I'm told you undock Nestor to win game, is what I heard right now. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Nestor's a fun ship, so it's a wonky one. You need something like Selected Ambient Works by Aphex Twins. Something like that.
Yeah, I like
stream,
that.
We're just enjoying like these like really long.
I like that video you mentioned.
Just like ambient. Oh, Cyclone Fleet issue. So we're gonna see. We're gonna preheat our afterburner.
31.
I'm gonna see if they don't actually come in. Because that's a battle cruiser. And hopefully it's not arty. Or hopefully we're fast enough that the 100 MN works. Alright, they're coming in. So let's go ahead and start trying to get out. And let's see if they can kill us or not. There's a Hugin who's gonna web us to shit. There's the webs. We just overheat a dream. Overheat and dream, baby. Second fleet issue is going turning around. Alright. Yeah, we're clear. We're good. Oh, nope, it's coming. It's not fast enough, though. So we're just waiting for this to go away. That means we're out of the bubble. We're going to warp at a random distance to the skyhook or whatever. We should be out of the bubble pretty soon. We can go ahead and overheat our thermal.
Is this going to turn into a political stream? That's a great question. I think it's good that we're able to ask such great questions, and I think what's mostly important about discussing the politics and the idea of the general... Some of you were here last stream, some of you immediately knew. So right, what happened? Basically, I just went to Brussels. First of all, incredible city. Like, architecture, absolutely beautiful. Just undeniably beautiful, pretty city. And I spoke to the Parliament, the European Parliament, about the Stop Killing Games initiative. And I praised in that stream process of democracy. And somebody commented and said, Josh, I can't believe you're glazing politicians like this. I said, listen, it's a very good point. We need to address this. I don't like politicians. What I like is the process of democracy. What I like is the democratic idea that everyone gets a say or an input on the way that they are governed, the way their country, their systems are ran. I think the idea of each person being heard, having their opinions and their lived experience listened to, referenced, and understood, I think that is an important aspect. Do I like the people that do that? Not as much. But do I think the system itself is a good idea? Yes, I do. I think the idea of listening to people and taking their ideas on board, very good. Very good idea, in general. Yeah, I mean, the only thing holding democracy back from being perfect is human nature. And as soon as we can overcome that, oh, we're laughing. Unfortunately, problem is that we have to still keep dealing with people. I don't know if you've met people. Absolute bunch of bastards. Dealing with them, bad idea in general. I think what I disliked the most about the things that I saw online specifically was there was a clip that went up about I was talking about pirate software. And people were like, oh my god, I can't believe you're being so nice to the guy. You're giving him far too much credit. You're being far too gracious with this. And then someone else commented, and this drove it home for me. This is the internet's attitude in general. Someone drove it home saying, he got what he deserved. Okay. So, if you're an arrogant arsehole, and bad things then happen to you, the internet thinks you deserve those things. That is not the kind of system that ideally I would like to live in. Because while I understand that Jason did not approach the discussion with good intentions, or approach the discussion with, what's the best way to phrase this? Probably he didn't approach it with, pure intentions of actually trying to understand stuff. He had his own opinion with that. And people didn't like that, and now bad things happened, and people did stuff that they absolutely shouldn't have done to him, and then people said, oh, that's fine. And people said to me, Josh, why are you being so gracious with this? Two reasons. One, I have to leave the door open. I think if you want to foster a discussion in the future, you very much have to show that you are willing to leave the door open. Because if you shut the door as soon as someone disagrees with you, what reason do they ever then have to agree with you in the future? If they can see they've said something and they've angered you and they've upset you and you've decided to completely close off the entire discussion in the future, what motivation do they ever have to rethink their stance and come over and chat to you? If you are focusing more on vindicating yourself and punishing the other person, you are basically saying that you don't care about starting any kind of dialogue with this person. What matters now is the vengeance. What matters now is the revenge. I don't like that. So the reason that I will show possibly, according to a lot of people, too much understanding and too much grace with that is that I think it's important that we leave a door open. That if he ever says one day, hey, you know what, I want to come back and have a chat about this, we're willing to have that. That's very important on my part. The second part
I love that. I might do that for my monk too.
People think that someone doing something they dislike then deserve bad things happen to them. I've often found that if you engage in a system that perpetuates hate, it is only a matter of time until that turns on you. Which means, if I am willing to support bad things happening to someone that I don't like, it is inevitable that eventually I will do something that somebody else doesn't like, and then that system will happen to me, and I'll be sat there going, why are you treating me this way? Well, the answer is because I was treating other people that way. If I am going to engage in a system that punishes people because of their past deeds, then I have to understand that at some point I will be punished for my past deeds. And I have to ask myself sometimes, if I mess up, if I do something that is unpopular, if I do something that requires a little bit of educating, people need to sit me down and say to me, hey, this is where you were wrong. How do I want them to treat me? Do I want them to treat me with the same harshness that I treated with somebody else? Well, no. I would ideally have them treat me with the same grace that I try to treat somebody else with. So all those people saying that I was being far too nice, maybe there's an element of self-preservation to it. Maybe there's an element of, maybe I was, but I would rather have this. Yeah, any kind of connection back and forth is a game of tennis. Every time someone hits the tennis ball of conversation back to somebody else, you add a little bit more energy into that ball. You add a little bit more spin, more change. And if you add, hatred and vileness to it, then it'll be returned to you that way. And eventually, it's going to become too big for both of you to bear. It sucks to be able to treat people who have treated you shitty in a nice way. But sometimes it's the only way that you get the solution you want. And you have to occasionally ask yourself, do you want a solution or do you want an argument? Alan, it is about facing consequences, absolutely. What's more important to you? Punishing someone for the things they've done or getting to a solution where the future you want is happening? Which of those would you rather have happen? And if one of those requires you to extend a bit more grace to the person you're talking to, despite the fact they may be, in your opinion, a shitty person, what is more important to you? Do you value them facing consequences more than you value the system being beneficial to everyone else? That's the question. Because a lot of people would far rather see someone punished for something wrong that they've done instead of see the future actually be beneficial for everyone else if it means the punishment doesn't happen. Now, you can of course have both. You absolutely can have both. But ask yourself the question, and be honest guys, be genuine here. Do you think the internet mob is smart enough to know that? A person is smart. People are stupid. That's how it is. So when people say to me, oh, we should be focusing on the punishment. Okay, do you know what the internet's like? That would literally never end. It would be an endless cycle of punishment forever. And that would not help anyone. Which is why sometimes people message me going, I can't believe you're being nice to this guy when he's been an arsehole. I'm like, well, the opposite is that I'd be an arsehole to him. And then, based on human nature, he won't be like, oh, you know what, I was wrong. He'll just double down. And then I'll double down, then he'll double down, then I'll double down. Then suddenly, you've got this, generations-long feud. That doesn't work. The end goal should ultimately be rehabilitation, reconciliation, understanding, and a future that benefits everyone. Not constant punishment. That shouldn't be how it works. At least I don't think it should be. You also have to occasionally step back and say to yourself, what's more important? Being right or achieving what you want to achieve? Because if someone said to me, hey Josh, you can have everything you want right now, but everyone will think you're a massive arsehole. Okay, that's an interesting question. If you were offered this magical genie wish of the Stop Killing Games initiative immediately works, and companies and corporations are 100% on board with it, and it doesn't harm developers and it doesn't hurt players, if you were able to instantly get everything that you said that you value, but everyone thinks that you didn't do it, everyone thinks you were against it, would you do that? That's an interesting question. What would you value? Being seen by the public as a villain, but you actually end up living in the situation you want to live in? Or would you rather not achieve the thing that you actually want to achieve, but avoid the hatred? Because that's a really hard thing to look into. Do you want people to hate you for the wrong reasons, or like you for the wrong reasons? And that's a hard question, which is why sometimes when I can see someone doing something wrong, something that I think and I disagree with, I say to myself, okay, what's the future? What do we want? How does this work? How do we work together to get the future we want? No matter what I think about them, what other people think about them, what do I do? Zeus, what did he do wrong? I think the personal attacks were a bit too much. Yeah, the personal attacks were far too much. You don't need to insult someone's appearance while you are attempting to effectively debate an initiative that they are spearheading. Would that not require we assume the other people don't form a mob of pitchforks and fight? Yeah, absolutely. What is the circumstance that sparked this lovely philosophical talk? I think it was mostly about the clip that came up about me talking about pirate software, and people were like, Josh, you're being far too kind to this guy, he's an asshole. I'm like, okay, well, what does being mean to him achieve? It achieves, you feel good. Yeah, you feel good because you're attacking someone that you don't like. You're fighting the good fight, but that's not going to get the system and the situation that we actually want to happen in the future to happen. That is not going to, aid that at all. That's not going to leave the door open for future discussion, is it? Sometimes it's really hard to put your ego aside and say, right, I want to attack this person because I know that it's the right thing to do as far as my morals tell me. However, I also know that's not going to achieve the situation I want to achieve. Sometimes you want to attack someone on the internet. Oh, yeah, absolutely. God knows. We all want to do that sometimes. Everyone at some point just wants to attack someone on the internet. We all know that. What would happen if the grace isn't rendered back to you? Bro, what happens if the grace isn't rendered back to you is something you then need to... That genuinely is a good question. What happens if you show someone grace and they don't render it back to you? You now have to ask yourself a question. This is the prisoner's dilemma. It's the prisoner's dilemma of emotional kind of reciprocity. If someone is an arsehole to you and you are nice to them and they continue to be an arsehole to you, what point changes their response to you? At what point, at what type of behavior do they actually change? Do they become nice to you and civil if you turn around and treat them like an arsehole? Well, chances are no. They're not going to suddenly start being nice to you if you aren't nice to them, because that's just how these people can be. Which means it sucks, but the only possible answer, the only possible way to maybe get what you want in the future is to continue being nice to them, or at least being civil. Once you show them their behavior has consequences, absolutely, Lord Zoom, you show them their behavior has consequences. That is a really good way of looking at it. The carrot and the stick, both part of a well-built, functioning society. What kind of carrot and stick are we then looking for? Because we need to leave the door open for continued chat. We need to show that there is a willingness to engage in kind of democratic discussion. They need to see that exists. Because if that doesn't exist, there is literally no motivation ever to change. There needs to be motivation to change. Now, the motivation can either come from rewarding the behavior you want to see or punishing the behavior you don't want to see. Rewarding the behavior you want to see is, continuing to engage in a nice, fair topic and discussion and actually acknowledging when someone else does something that you will consider good. That's a very important thing that you want to do. Actually, when someone does something beneficial, acknowledge it. Say, hey, that was good. But how do you prevent the behavior you don't want to see? Because insulting people doesn't do that. Insulting someone normally, or attacking someone, especially on the internet, doesn't actually make them change the behavior. They don't rethink about it and think, you know what, yeah, that was right. I deserve that. I'm going to change. That is not how that works. So what does work? You love the glasses. Thank you. I get migraines if I stare at the screen too long. This tries to help. I mean, Volt, stopping communication. That's one way. That's absolutely one way. It's interesting to see so many people not understanding the concept of not hating someone when your thoughts differ. Visa, good to see you here. Hope you're doing good, man. I heard a saying yesterday that I really agree with. Nobody cares what you think unless you don't think what they think. And when I read that, I thought, oh my God, that's actually quite true. Because everyone will say to you, oh man, I don't care. We can differ. We can differ, that's fine. Then you do differ and they're like, oh, this is bad. Now, if you want the carrot and the stick of changing behavior, just throwing out insults at someone and hating them, believe it or not, doesn't change behavior. Feels good, doesn't change behavior. So you have to ask yourself, okay, what actually changes behavior? You've got to engage in dialogue, and you've got to show a willingness to engage and be open with that. That's what you've got to show. You don't show that, you've got no reason to ever change someone's behavior. But you've also then got to have the idea that if someone continues to engage in bad behavior, there will be a level of punishment. Now, the internet, as a kind of collective, thinks that when we say there is a level of punishment, they mean insulting someone. Or, if they're slightly more unhinged, they mean sending a level of violence to someone. That doesn't really work. That does not work at all. And the reason that doesn't work is because it's not collectively understood. Let me explain what that means. Let's imagine that you say something online and you insult thousands of people. And those thousands of people then take it upon themselves to render themselves the arbiters of your punishment. They basically say, right, you've done something wrong. You therefore must be punished because that will change your behavior. I am going to show you how wrong your behavior was by punishing you. I'm going to find out where you live and attack you. I'm going to send something horrific to your address. I'm going to SWAT you. Any of these kind of things, I'm going to try and send a virus to your email. I'm going to call at the places that you work and get you punished for that. Okay, I understand why people do these things, because it feels good. But the internet is not demanding a change in behavior. The internet is demanding retribution and often humiliation. That's what they don't actually, and this is where the kind of the hypocritical nature of it comes in. They don't actually care if you change your behavior. They don't, because they won't follow up. There's no follow-up to see if their punishment did anything, because it's very much not proportional to the actual thing. They just care that you are punished for the behavior. Now, if you did one thing and one person punished you for that, okay, cool, I get that. I understand. I don't agree, but I understand. But this is the internet, which means that you don't have one person rendering their punishment to you one time. You have hundreds, possibly thousands, sending messages, attempting to call you, attempting to harass you, attempting to punish you, because all of them individually feel vindicated by what they're doing. Every individual person thinks they are doing the right thing because they see themselves as the only arbiter of that punishment, when suddenly you as the victim of it are facing it hundreds or even thousands of times over. And that is massively unfair. Which is why when people say to me, Josh, why am I not dogpiling on pirate software? Because I think that's horrific to do, and I think he's suffered far more than he should have done for his opinions. The guy may be an arsehole. I've never met him in real life. We've spoken briefly. I don't know what he's like in real life. But I do know what the internet's like. And I do think that, unfortunately, there have been people who, whenever I've said I don't like something, have contacted that thing or that person and said awful things in my name, which I hate. I absolutely hate that. That's awful. People are taking the idea of using me as some kind of justification for their awful behavior and then doing bad stuff. That's not cool. That's not right. So sometimes when people say to me, why are you being so nice to this guy? It's because I know exactly what the people who take this far too seriously are going to do. And I've got to also not only, work out what I'm going to say, I'm actually trying to balance and mitigate the potential damaging behavior of hundreds of other unhinged people. And I hope you guys can understand that. It's not enough to just say, don't do this thing. You've got to almost calm down the mob before it forms. Yeah, they don't care about right or wrong. They care about hurting others. It's never been about right or wrong, because if it was right or wrong, they would actually follow up on any behavior and see if there's been an improvement. It's never been about the improvement. It's been about the vindication. What happened just got here. We're talking about the internet. We're talking about dangerous people on the internet and how every person on the internet thinks they themselves are individually justified in their small action, but unfortunately it suddenly adds up. So I would rather extend a little bit of grace to someone which prevents people doing stuff in my name. Even if people are like, oh, you're being far too kind. I'm like, nope, I'm being just kind enough to make sure that somebody isn't an arsehole. You wish drama farmers... Well, hey, drama farming is the most effective way to make money. That's why they do it. Because, you guys ever seen the James Bond film, Tomorrow Never Dies? I've never forgot this. At the end of Tomorrow Never Dies, James Bond throws the bad guy, can't remember the guy's name, into a printing press. Because the guy basically controls global media by causing disasters and then reporting on them before anyone else. Carver. Yes, possibly Carver. It's a really good one. The one with the media mogul. Played by Jonathan... someone. Good actor. He throws him into the printing press, and Bond says, before he throws him in, you forgot the first rule of mass media. Give the people what they want. If you want to make money in media, you give the people what they want. And the reason you give them what they want is because if you give them what they don't want, they will leave. Even if it would be good for them. It would be good for people who are in an echo chamber to sit around and listen to the other side. It would be good for people who don't want to hear about a certain thing to at least listen to some of the arguments, even if they don't necessarily fully engage with it. But people don't want that. You shudder to think how good I'd be at drama farming. If I decide to turn evil, I'll become a politician. I'm sure I could do that if I try. The majority of entertainment isn't about challenging people. It's not about making people feel uncomfortable. Good art can make people feel uncomfortable. Good art, good engagement with art, can make you question your own beliefs. And I did that years ago. I did that many, many years ago. And I think it was university. It was university that unradicalized me from being an extreme I would say, in English terms, much more of the far left. And the reason that I was pushed away from this was because I realized that when you get into extreme ideologies either side, it no longer becomes about actually supporting the people that you're claiming to support, and instead becomes a purity test. I had seen friends believe in one ideology or another be insulted and shot down by others who believed in that ideology more. And then it suddenly became, well, I support this thing more than you do, therefore I am righteous and you are wrong. And while I was sitting back and I thought, hang on, I was friends with all of you guys because I thought you were supporting the humanitarian cause. I thought you were supporting the right thing. But I realized this whole thing is actually about ego. It's completely about ego. It's I am more holy than you. I am more righteous than you. When I realized that's where it was going to, I thought, you know what? This isn't the right thing to be part of. So yeah, that's how I kind of looked into it. It's sports. It's just sports. One thing that's also very, very important to remember. If you are part of any group that curates its membership by requiring more and more proof of support, more and more extremist, purity test, ideological proof. If you're part of any group that says, well, actually, now we have to agree with this, and now we have to agree with that, and now we have to agree with that, and it slowly starts to cull people and curate people out of it because they aren't following along with the current most important thing, then I guarantee eventually you will be one of the people that is culled. It might be very fun to be part of the mob while you're kicking somebody else in the mob out. But eventually, if you do that, you are supporting and curating a system that will eventually kick you out. Which is why sometimes I say to people, look, I disagree with this aspect of what you've got going on, but we agree on this, so we can still kind of at least engage in some kind of conversation. And people say to me, oh, but they don't agree with you 100%, therefore you cannot work with them. I say, okay, if that's your level, if you don't agree with someone 100%, you cannot work with them. Then what happens when you and I don't agree 100%? Do we just immediately cease everything? Do we cease everything beneficial? I don't think that's a smart way to be. Being a zealot on either side is generally a bad idea. And people will jump on me and call me a centrist and say, oh my God, I can't believe that you're not supporting one side or the other. It's not sports. I don't win if your side loses. I win if society gets better. The idea that society can only get better if one side gets literally everything it wants means that you are ignoring the lived experience of
Josh is a wise
people.
man.
And suddenly that's not democratic anymore. But you say this online and people are like, oh, so you want everything that I hate to happen. No, I don't. I guarantee you get off the internet, you go out, you talk to people, the vast majority of people on either side of any political spectrum will probably agree with each other on most things, because they're not extremist. In political circles, it's called being a fence sitter. Yeah, okay, cool. I will happily sit on that fence if the alternative is killing everyone on one side of the fence or the other. If the alternative is, completely dehumanizing one side of the fence or the other in order to make sure that my side of the fence likes me the most, I'm not going to say, well, you know what? In order to get this side of people to like me, I've got to dehumanize and completely objectify that entire other side. Sounds like a sucky thing to do. Plus, I live in the English countryside. Nothing wrong with sitting on a fence and enjoying the fields on both sides for a bit. Oh, but Josh, you're not standing up for anything. Yes, I am, actually. There are many things I'll stand up for. They just happen to be things that the majority of people on both sides agree with, because I think they're the right things to do. This is going to be a sayers video. I know it's going to be a sayers video. There's no point trying to talk about it, because people will, yeah, exactly, you'll get hated by both sides. That's fine. I'm totally okay with that. If someone is going to hate me for having empathy for somebody they don't like, then their hatred doesn't mean that much to me. And of course, there are extreme examples and extreme situations, and what happens with the internet is that it always goes to hyperbole. It always goes straight away to, oh, well, I bet you feel sorry for insert the worst possible person you can think of. And I'm like, no, that's another extreme example that we're trying to literally get away from. You're saying that there is a massive, like there's a 98% middle ground, and then there's a 1% extreme on either side. And then as soon as you say, well, okay, maybe both sides have a point, people jump to, oh, so you agree with the 1% of the extreme. No, I don't. They're both bad. That's what happens. And I hate the hyperbole argument, because you say to someone, hey, maybe we should have empathy for people who don't think the same way that we do. And then they immediately jump at you with, oh, so you like literally the worst person to ever exist. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm saying that maybe we should have empathy for people that are, you know, within that general circle, but not that bad, because they don't understand that there is another way, and maybe a show of empathy would help them understand that the world can be different. We place the vindication over the rehabilitation of people, and therefore we end up with a world that is focused on revenge. Oh god, it's the internet waffle pancake argument, isn't it? I like pancakes. Oh, so you hate waffles? No, I had a Belgian waffle. It was lovely. No, I had a Brussels waffle, which I didn't realize were different things. See, when I said Belgian waffle...
It's one true Scotsman.
Well, I always thought Belgian waffle was like the thing that you would have in Belgium, like the kind of circular style waffle with little clumps of sugar within it. I didn't realize that the Brussels waffle is a different thing. And the Brussels waffle was lovely, actually. I really enjoyed that. People in Brussels were lovely. They were really nice.
Welcome. Browse at your leisure.
May I be of service? Dionisaka.
It's a good kitty. No, I can't find the staff vendor. There's somebody. All three of these modes are good, and I think I'm going to do all three. Retail, hardcore, whatever mood I'm in. If I want to pay attention, I'll play hardcore. If I don't want to pay attention, I'll play priest, and if I want to heal, I'll play DVC, and I'll work myself off of retail. The fucking weaponsmith does not sell a staff. It's so annoying. Why? Why don't you sell staves? You're fucking stupid. I don't want to learn mace. Oh, well. Why does the weaponsmith not sell mace? It's fucking dumb.
Greetings, friend. Do not lose faith. Gaionis Aka, may the light embrace you. Favor the road traveled by few.
May the light embrace you. Be kind to those less fortunate.
Welcome. Browse at your leisure. Safe journey. Greetings, friend. Be kind to those less fortunate.
Is this place an inn? No.
All prices here are reasonable. May your days be long and your hardships few. Blessings upon you. Safe journey. Dionisaka.
All prices here are reasonable. May your days be long and your hardships few.
I love that. I love that phrase. That's one of my life mottos. May your days be long and your hardships few.
Take time if you need. Luck to you.
Oh, cute kitty.
May I be of service? Remember the lessons of the past. Warm wishes to you. Safe journey. Be well.
Welcome. Browse at your leisure. Do not lose faith.
I hope you find something useful. Favor the road traveled by few.
Blessings upon you.
blessings upon your family. I hope you'll find something useful. Favor the road traveled by few. You'll find many things here. You come back sometime.
A couple of years ago, I took a long look at all the material Tucker Carlson was putting out in a single week while he was working at Fox News. Aside from his daily show on the Fox News cable channel, he also had several programs for the Fox Nation streaming service. As I said at the time, it was a rough week. Since making that video, Tucker Carlson has been fired from Fox News and now has a podcast that regularly uploads long-form interviews to YouTube. With only 3 videos or so going up a week, I thought instead of 1 week, it might be better to spend a whole month watching everything Tucker Carlson put out. Was it as rough as last time? Watch on to find out. Tucker's interview with his brother Buckley was the first podcast I watched, and I felt every minute of its runtime. Apparently Buckley is achieving some kind of notoriety on social media, but this is my first time ever hearing from him. The conversation between Buckley and Tucker is not terribly interesting, and aside from giving us some insight into Tucker as a person, I'm not sure why we should care what his brother has to say about anything. Nonetheless, we did get a few insights into how Tucker works his magic. In particular, how he spins narratives out of nothing. For instance, here's a moment where a well-known rhyme has supposedly had its meaning inverted.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. It's actually been inverted, where we've endorsed sticks and stones.
Since when did we ever live our lives based on rhymes we tell children to help them get over being called mean names? It's like being surprised that the phrase, eat an apple a day keeps the doctor away, isn't currently being used as healthcare advice. It's not a bad rule of thumb, because apples are generally pretty good for you. But as an adult, you should be operating at a more sophisticated level. And all this fretting over the fact that we no longer see the world as children is in itself quite infantilizing. And there's also this weird bit at the end where he talks about the whole sticks and stones rhyme being inverted in a non-Western way that is very weird.
So sticks and stones are fine, but words are the threat. Like, yes. What is that?
It's terrifying, actually.
It's not a Western orientation.
No. No, it's not.
They don't elaborate on this, and it was the only part I was at all curious about. It would have been truly something to see them try to blame China or some other non-Western country for how a children's rhyme no longer applies. And then 2 minutes later, Tucker concedes that words might be dangerous after all.
But I do think they're right to worry about words.
Yes.
Actually, words do change the world. The New Testament changed the world.
What I think this really highlights is how inane some of these conversations are, often dressed up as thoughtful or weighty conversations, when a lot of the time you just get stuff like this.
If you're a cigarette smoker, you're literally the dirtiest pariah in America.
And we get this, quite honestly, embarrassing story about how Buckley is a total badass because he refused to keep his dog on a leash.
You had a million dogs as always, and you never leashed them because you're a free man, and this is America.
We get the impression from Tucker that his brother is this rugged individual playing by his own rules, when, to me, he just sounded like a rich guy who was entitled to behave however he sees fit. At one point in the interview, he talks about never wearing a mask during the early months of COVID, and it's meant to make him look like a tough guy who just stands up to authority. The sort of thing you can do when your job doesn't depend on meeting basic safety requirements. I'm sure some of this is him trying to be funny, but it's the kind of humor that's paired with a smugness that's more worthy of a groan than a laugh. The text in the thumbnail talks about how they're living in North Korea, but when his brother offers examples, it's all incredibly silly. The big difference between living in the US and North Korea, regardless of your politics, is you can't go on a podcast in North Korea and start complaining about how bad it is to live there. Not only that, but the examples of masks, vaccinations, and the 2020 election conspiracies were widely spread on the right, and it made several people incredibly wealthy. To act like they're in some kind of totalitarian nightmare is incredibly silly and shows a completely skewed view of the world. Tucker and his brother grew up in wealth and privilege, and as best as I can tell, they have always had access to that kind of life. Although this interview is probably one of the least interesting ones I watched this month, it is a fun place to start because I think it gives us a proper grounding of who Tucker Carlson is and the kind of world he comes from. The next video has the most alarming title of the bunch. Breaking news, Russia will nuke Germany and the UK if Ukraine war continues, warns top Putin advisor. Sounds like pretty scary stuff. And it rang some alarm bells in the audience because it got a ton of views. This video is split into two parts. The first is a lengthy monologue from Tucker Carlson, and the second half an interview with Sergei Karaganov, a Russian political scientist who is making the claim that Russia might nuke Europe. Tucker Carlson has a long history of doing PR for Vladimir Putin, and that's on in full display in this video as he recounts the history of the invasion of Ukraine with unlimited charity for Putin's side and justifying any and all actions that he's taken. He spreads some obvious untruths, such as no one is paying attention to how many Ukrainians have died.
How many Ukrainians have been killed in this war paid for by the West? Paid for by NATO and Joe Biden? No one knows.
Going back to when this video was first uploaded on January 14th, just 2 days prior, the UN Human Rights Mission monitoring Ukraine published a report about how many people in Ukraine have been killed. Various other institutions have also been tracking the number of deaths and other statistics related to this invasion. The number of Ukrainians who have died so far is actually something that's been closely monitored. And while it's always difficult to figure out exact numbers when there's a war going on, people are certainly paying attention, and it's not nearly the mystery that Tucker Carlson pretends it is. Later on, he misleads people in a way that's probably more clear to Canadians who are watching.
Chrystia Freeland is somehow working for unelected President Zelensky in Ukraine, who himself is not really that Ukrainian. Grew up speaking Russian. He's a citizen of the world like she is. Like they all are.
He'd eventually clarify that Chrystia Freeland has Ukrainian ancestors.
Chrystia Freeland had ancestors from Ukraine.
The ancestor he means is Freeland's mother. And I guess that's technically an ancestor, but it's hardly the distant connection to the country that he's trying to pretend it is. Also, he identifies her as a journalist before being placed in Justin Trudeau's cabinet. This is completely skipping how she was elected to Parliament in 2013, but the point of discrediting her is really just a pretext for this clip.
The new Ukrainian government, the new Ukrainian leadership, everyone who I know in that group has been touched somehow by open society and by Jordan, like literally, either people personally got a scholarship or someone, their wife got a scholarship.
Everyone running the country is actually employed by this Hungarian billionaire who's got nothing to do with the country. Oh.
Getting a scholarship from the Open Societies Foundation in the 1990s is translated to working for George Soros in 2015, which is when this interview was held. It's a gross exaggeration and indicative of how Carlson twists facts to build a narrative. Also, it feeds into an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, but I'll have a little more to talk about that later. Instead, I want to focus on where Tucker takes it in this video.
We can judge the tree by its fruit. And the current state of Ukraine was clearly the point all along. Destroy the country. Depopulate it.
There is no analysis here. To use his tree analogy, if you found a seedling, came back decades later and found a tree had been chopped down, is it fair to assume that the person who planted the tree is responsible? Ukraine is not some kind of closed system. It is influenced by the people within it and actors outside of it. This is one of the big problems with how Tucker Carlson constructs his narratives. The current state of Ukraine is now placed at the feet of George Soros, because 30 years prior he awarded out some scholarships. There is no connective tissue here, no causality being established. If you're trying to make that point, this is what you would actually provide. Highlight who, if anyone, in Ukraine's government was working for Soros at any time. Then you would take those individuals and describe what they did that brought Ukraine towards its state in the present day. Instead, we're getting a clip of an interview and then just sort of gesturing to the current state, and I guess this is meant to be enough. It's really bad propaganda. This grand conspiracy, which he can't explain but is apparently evident when you look at the present-day state of Ukraine, also features the most unwise thing that the American government has done in Carlson's lifetime.
And there's a particularly sad line at the end of the clip you just saw from Lindsey Graham, where he said, if just we can make our sanctions tough enough. We just need tough sanctions. And that will bring Russia to its knees. Well, we did that, actually. But who got brought to his knees? Was it Russia? No. It was not. It was us.
Sanctioning Russia is apparently the cause of all of America's economic hardships, not the ridiculous tariffs of Donald Trump or the threats to neighbors like Greenland, Canada, and Mexico. No, it was sanctioning Russia. Of course, the US has issued sanctions throughout its history, and putting aside the efficacy of sanctions, it's hardly something new. Carlson even talks about this minutes later, but why would these ones be especially bad? I don't even think this section of the video is particularly about advancing a pro-Russia agenda, as it becomes clear that Tucker Carlson has an agenda of his own, and this one is tied to the increasingly uncertain state of the American economy, because it turns out he believes there is an alternative to the American dollar that people can invest in.
That was the single most unwise thing any administration has done in my lifetime, 56 years. That was the dumbest thing. It was the most self-destructive thing. So what was gold trading at? Do you remember? If you got a phone in your hand right now, look it up. What was gold trading at, just say February 1st?
Have I mentioned that Tucker Carlson is selling gold now? In fact, we got an ad for it a few minutes before that clip I just played.
When paper money dies, it's going to be replaced by programmable digital currency or gold. Gold survives.
Sometimes the grift is painfully obvious, and you better believe we'll be hearing more about the importance of buying gold as we move along in the month. Once he gets past the shameless fawning over Putin and his regime, we get to the interview with Karaganov. The interview is largely gentle as he lets Karaganov, a longtime supporter of invading Ukraine, say all sorts of wild things without any real pushback, including lots of suggestions that Russia will need to nuke Europe.
Now we would have to start to attack Europe with conventional weapons, and then next step will be waves of nuclear.
He even offers a time frame for this.
2 years. Now, if they do, well, 1 year.
Carlson acts like this is major news and is surprised it doesn't get more media coverage, but that's probably because Karaganov has been saying this since 2023. Well, this doesn't mean it should just be shrugged off. This guy is apparently someone Putin listens to. I think it's understandable that it doesn't get the same level of media attention when it's not exactly news anymore. That Carlson presents this as logical, as if Russia should have a genocidal veto over the affairs of other countries, make it sound like he's not just happy with Putin as Russia's dictator, but someone who should be the world's dictator. Though if you call Putin a dictator, he gets weirdly philosophical about it.
But does he have absolute control over Russia? Does any leader of any country ever